market, the hype, the excitement of good earnings reports coming from Visa, coming from Tesla, these various plays out there, that is helping drive Meta up into earnings. The more something rallies on earnings, the more it makes me nervous that it could pull back, because what it's doing is it's factoring in good earnings already or an earnings beat. So I would say based on where the chart is trading on Meta, if we flip back to the day, in fact, let's go to the weekly chart. If you go back to the weekly chart, you're just coming off of a major, and I repeat, major trend line here to the upside, right? So again, if we're looking at this long-term trend line of resistance, now we have pulled back, and it's important to recognize this was up to about $530. So it has pulled back. Right now, as of yesterday's close, it was at $496. Today, pre-market, it's traded as high as around $511. But either way, there is some room for it to go back and retest that level. But my guess, and I say it's a guess because that's what it is that upside is limited on earnings to maybe $10, $20 of upside, maybe 30, back up to those recent highs, versus downside, you could see some significant downside if they don't perform and blow out the numbers today. All right, now again, that's your bigger time frame. That tells us the bigger move likely will be a pullback. Again, earnings can somewhat be a wild card. But again, if I had to pick, I would pick it on the short side. But again, if high risk, each person, remember, this is not financial advice. Each person has to do their own research and talk to their own financial advisor, and obviously that knows their situation. Okay, so having said that, again, we'll see what Meta does in the after hours. Visa reported earnings again yesterday after the bell. Nice move here. Again, more people spending means more fees for credit card companies like Visa. And again, that is up very nicely here pre-market. Now, if we looked at the daily chart, what do we see here, guys? We see that it was just bouncing off a key support over the last few days. By the way, look at this awesome trend line. I love seeing these type of things, right? Look at that to that high, connects right through here, here, and right through this zone, and that's where it pulled back to, and now it's bouncing up, right? I mean, if you had to guess, pulled back into support, it's a confirmed support level. What should happen? It should get a bounce, and that's what it's getting a bounce on. The only issue now is you're now coming into some retrace levels around 280. 280, give or take, there's going to be some resistance, and then you obviously have double top just above 290. So again, a lot of these charts, like when I look at Visa's chart, and we can even go to a larger time frame here, let's go to the monthly. Like, this is a concern to me when I see a chart like this. Regardless of what it is, if it's, Visa or it's XYZ, it's still concerning that this chart, and I zoom out, has had this much of a vertical move up with relatively minimal movement. Now, if we just go back to even, let's say, even back to 2019, this was a $100 stock. It's now nearing $300. And again, it's all predicated on the financial printing and in kind of the financial maneuvering of the Federal Reserve, right? The Federal Reserve and the U.S. U.S. government buying tons of money, which then they spend, stimulating the U.S. economy. It's kept it artificially strong. Then you add the Fed with low interest rates for such a long time, especially with COVID and all the printing of money that was done, and this makes this go up abnormally. At some point, this party ends. And when this ends, this is going to have a massive collapse when the consumer stops spending. The one thing we do know, as of today, that is not happening according to Visa. So Visa's Visa, let it do its thing, but do be aware that at some point when the consumer stops spending, this thing is going to come down hard. Boeing was another one that I have in smart money stocks and ETFs. And again, it was just one of those that at this point was beaten down. I even talked about this level in the game plan too, guys. I really give you guys so much amazing information here. But basically what we had here, if we look at this chart, right, we had this level. You can see the little circles that I had previously when we've discussed this. But from this zone right in here, okay, right here to right here, and then basically that's what we were right into here. And you were oversold. Remember sentiment, guys, and this is a really good thing. So many people get caught up in emotion because of sentiment. And you have to, as a trader, if you want to be one of the best investors and traders in the world, you have to be able to separate yourself from the sheep or the crowd. And listen, it's normal for us to fall in that category because we're human. We get swayed by what everyone else is saying. But you also, as a trader, have to step above that. You have to start recognizing when everyone else is bearish on something, when it's gotten to be too extended. And you have to ask yourself, thinking logically, is there value in this name? And if you have value and the technicals are telling you that, then that's the time to maybe step up and go long. Example would be Tesla. right? Think about, they just this last weekend, they cut prices again. Oh my gosh, even before that, the negativity on Tesla was insane. So what does it do? It lowers the bar for earnings. To be honest, Tesla's earnings were horrendous. They were horrendous. Now, as I said, and I said this in trading the close yesterday with Tony, is that remember, the one positive thing going into earnings about Elon Musk is that he has an ego. And he hates his stock being down. He hates the short sellers making money. And he hates the fact that there's been so much negative press on Tesla. So he was going to come out blasting, right? I mean, he was going to come out with, say, the most positive things he could do, and it worked. So their earnings were bad, but he talked about new models, cheap models of EVs, and all of a sudden the market gets excited and the stock goes up because it wasn't expecting anything positive. With Boeing, much the same, right? Stock's not up a ton today. It's up $5 or $6, but the same sort of thing. The stock has collapsed. Stock market's still pretty much at all-time highs or just a little bit off. Negativity is unbelievable. It makes sense you're going to get a bounce just based on sentiment being too bearish alone, right? So the Boeing, like basically Boeing had to come out and just be like, hey guys, our planes are not falling out of the sky. I mean, that's basically what they had to say just to kind of keep the stock price stationary. And they just said a little bit more, you're like, okay, yeah, we're hanging in there or whatever, and the stock will go up. And that's, again, the sentiment difference. Understanding sentiment is really, really important when it comes down to it. Okay, couple other things. Another stock that was into major support, Biogen. I love finding these here. Guys, higher quality. This is like a $50 billion market cap company. Biogen, it's again, as it sounds, it's a biotech. But look at the double bottom it was in here at 193 yesterday. Again, right there, or that trend line a couple days ago. If we go to the pre-market action, look at this move, guys, to 205. Great move on Biogen. Again, fine quality that is into technical support, multiple factors that has been beaten down over and over again. That's what I want. I don't want to buy XYZ at all-time highs. Like Microsoft at all-time highs, I couldn't care less about it. I want to see them falter. NVIDIA at all-time highs, I'm shorting it, right? I mean, that's the way I think. I think the opposing side. I take the crowd, I separate myself, and then I do my due diligence, and I talk about or I analyze the charts, and I come to my conclusion. That is unbelievably key. Okay, in any case, guys, that's where we are at this point in time. I do want to spin the wheel right now. We're going to do the spin, find out what the winner gets. Again, amazing sponsors. By the way, if you want to be a sponsor on the wheel, reach out to Lawton at VerifiedInvesting.com. We have more and more sponsors reaching out that want to be part of this appreciation wheel. And again, I love it. I want you guys, everyone watching, we appreciate you. We really do. Your time is valuable. I understand that. And you're coming to me. And that's why I try to deliver alpha every freaking day for you guys. All right, let's do it. Wow, look at this, guys. This is huge. Coin Metrics. They just became a sponsor of the wheel. And look at that. $2,000 value, a premium one-year subscription, Coin Metrics. And again, I think I mentioned them yesterday. I sat down over the weekend, took some time early in the morning. My kids were starting to play. I had made breakfast, all this stuff. And I had a meeting with one of their top guys over there. He showed me the platform. He showed me all the incredible insights that it gives you, their AI models, what it's telling you, what it's returning. Incredible. Either way, tomorrow we are giving away a one-year subscription to Coin Metrics, and that is freaking awesome because I, again, am in love with this platform myself. It is amazing, and I hope you guys go check it out there. In fact, we don't have it now, but in a little bit later, I'll add. We have an affiliate link just below in the YouTube commentary there, and you guys can go click that to get right to their action. And I believe it's a 10% off. If you're interested, it's going to be a 10% off for anyone that signs up for lifetime. As long as you're a member, you get 10% off. Very cool added bonus there. Okay, speaking of great sponsors, guys, we're going to take 30 seconds to thank Lux Algo, which has been a sponsor from the very beginning. Dear to my heart. I love those guys over there at Lux Algo, so let's take it away.
Have you considered enhancing your trading experience? We have an amazing tool for you. Lux Algo creates next-gen trading indicators to help the world understand the markets in a smarter way. They have the largest user profile on TradingView and are the only official Discord partner in the technical analysis space. Lux Algo Premium operates seamlessly with top platforms, such as TradingView and Discord, making it the perfect tool for every trader. Take your trading analysis to the next level with Lux Algo. Please visit the description below and sign up for Lux Algo today.
Hey guys, we are back. So just before we get into the charts on Bitcoin and everything else, I just want to go back to the chart. I might have said coin metrics. It's token metrics. I want to make sure I get that right, guys. Token metrics. Again, I'm going to show you guys more and more. I might even do a little slideshow of some of the stuff that they show because it is truly amazing. But again, token metrics, I do thank them for becoming an awesome sponsor. Okay. Getting into Bitcoin right here, what do we have here? Bitcoin is pulling back just a hair. Remember, very clear here. And again, I love keeping it simple for you guys. It's one of the most important things because I need it simple, so I assume you guys need it simple as well. The key again, very simply, we have our resistance line here. We have our support line here. That's all you need to know. If Bitcoin breaks and confirms above this one, I would say all-time highs. If it breaks below this one, 52,000 to 49,000, my downside target. So again, we don't need to make crazy, like so many out there, so many players out there, they'll have a zillion different indicators on their chart, and I look at that, and honestly, I'm the same way as a lot of you guys. I look at it and I'm like, dude, I don't even understand what this stuff is telling me. 2 lines, that's all you need. Damn. 2 lines. Now again, do I occasionally look at the RSI? Yeah, occasionally. Do I look at a few other things, maybe moving averages, Fibonacci retraces? Yes, but for the most part, you can just look at support and resistance. It's that powerful. Momentum will come in if we confirm above this level. Momentum to the downside will come in if we confirm below this level, and it will drive price action. Again, that's the key there. Okay, I did want to go over H-bar. Again, this is one that had a huge pop overnight, and again, you look at this and you're like, dang, what a move. Again, hard to predict these type of moves. I know a lot of people that love this crypto. I wanted to touch base on it because there was a trend line here. And again, I was too slow to the punch here. I didn't even see it pop because, again, it happened so quickly. But check this out. I want to put a trend line in here, and I want to just show you classic trend line analysis here. So we put a trend line in from the previous 2 major pivot tops, and what do we get, right? So, again, we take this. So you can see very clear. This was a pivot top. This was a pivot top. See how it's like it's the highest point with a low on either side, like a valley on either side. So valley, valley, all right, valley and valley. So that's how you find your pivot tops, by the way, if you want a little educational info today. So you take a trend line. Let's get rid of some of these lines here so we don't have so many lines on the chart. And essentially take these highs right through here, connect it through this high here, and what do you get? You got that high. Where did H-bar pop to? It did pierce, in all fairness, because momentum and kind of FOMO kicks in. But nonetheless, right there was your resistance, and look at the pullback you've gotten. That's classic technical analysis, again, alerting us that, listen, the probabilities, and it's always probabilities, remember that, is that you were due for a pullback here, and that's what you got from 17 cents at the line back to 13 cents. In fact, it went as low as almost 12 cents right here. Now, interesting little tidbit on this is that on the pullback, it's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit, but let's go into this short-term action here. But basically, if we look at where we pulled back to, right? So if you look at this area right here, see this? Look at the low on this line right there. Essentially is right down to that 12-cent level. And again, beautiful little resistance point there. All right, let's go to gold real quick, guys. Gold, again, yesterday had bounced. It did have a small down day. We can see, again, gold is just slightly lower on the day today. Again, I still continue to just let the chart tell me, right? This is a topping tail right here. That's a bearish sign. Until we hit major support, that's the dominant factor in the chart. There's just the way it is. So again, it doesn't matter what I feel. I mean, you guys know I'm a huge lover of gold. You know, I feel like gold, you know, Austin Powers type thing. But in any case, that is, again, a topping tail. Therefore, it guides me to ignore my brain, ignore my heart, whatever it is, and my love for gold. And it says short-term downside at least until around this level. Now, does it have to happen that way? No, it doesn't. Markets do whatever the heck they want. All I'm looking for is whatever's greater than 50% odds, that's what I'm going with. Right now, when I get to 70, 80%, that's where I start taking the trades, right? So again, that's the key, is that there's a level where something is favored slightly, 51% to 49. Okay, that's the direction that you have to look. But once you get towards 70 to 80% odds, that's where you step up and take the trade. Silver, basically the same thing. Had a basic flat to positive day yesterday. Same sort of deal today. It's flat to positive, or flat to negative today, in fact. The biggest thing to me now is watching, are we going to create a bear flag, right? If we do, then this is my zone. This is where, by the way, this zone on silver for me is, again, where I look to see the zone where the probabilities get towards that 70%, for me at least, when I do my analysis. So this is my buy zone. Would I short it? No, I wouldn't. I'd rather not short the metals because I think they're ultimately going higher, so I want to position myself more by the dip on the metals, and that's the zone, again, I'm waiting for. All right, couple other charts here real quick. Oil had its bounce, right? So here we have, again, these lines got changed on me. I'm not really sure why. Maybe I'm just using a different chart, but that's all right. We can redraw our lines very simply here. I'll show you guys here. You can see behind me, in fact, drawing the lines. So we have our trend line down here, which is up sloping, and then we go to this larger time frame here, and we take the down slope of this move all the way down here, and again, that was our zone as a buy level. So I'll zoom in now. We can get back here. But remember, this is what we had the last few days on the charts here. We were looking at this area as being confirmed support. Oil was supposed to bounce. Now, yesterday when I did my game plan, oil was actually starting to try to go down a little bit. And I said, hey, listen, maybe the probabilities are going to be wrong. Maybe it will flush through this level, even though it's confirmed support. Well, what happens? By the end of the day, oil rallied up. So there you go. Charts again. Doesn't matter what I think. See, it just shows you, like price action can make me even kind of question things. Like, wow, maybe, could it be? Could it be ready to break? Could the confirmation signal not work this time because it's probability based? Maybe this is the 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4 times it doesn't work. But nope, it still worked. And price got a bounce here. Now the question is, if we come down again, at some point, remember the door theory of ramming the door, eventually you ram the door enough, it breaks to the downside. We're not at that point just yet. Natural gas, guys. Natural gas got an awesome move yesterday, but it's getting slapped back down today. So it closed above this level. Obviously, no confirmation yet. It's getting pushed back down. The only thing I would want is a close basically at 205 or greater. 205 or better. Right now we're at 204.50. We're just below this line. As long as you stay above 205, then it can confirm one of these next few days and continue to rip to the upside. All right. Lastly, guys, I've been highlighting some of these charts. They're just really cool. Take a look at corn. This is one of the ones in the commodity service, smart money commodities that I have, and we got a breakout, which I was expecting. So very nice move there. Look at that beautiful cup handle breakout right there. Classic TA pattern right there. And then wheat. Wheat's another one. I love this. Look at the wedge pattern, the breakout, the retrace to the scene of the crime, and the move up. Awesome move again on wheat. So, all right, guys, we got a lot to cover. We covered a lot today. Earnings are going to keep me unbelievably busy as I analyze them. Thank goodness crypto's been a little slow, at least aside from H-bar, but it's been slower, so it gives me more time to focus on the stocks and obviously commodity moves. But on that note, guys, as always, thank you. Don't forget, there's a question here. I'm going to say right now, I want to see again, guys, post more people below here that are top-notch technicians or players in the crypto space or in the stock space that you want to see on Verified Investing, whether it's interviews with our anchors or whether it's people that are actually helping give content to you guys. Post that below. That will enter you into being able to win this Token Metrics, guys, $2,000 worth 1-year subscription to their top level. It's awesome. All right, guys.
Good luck, traders! The demons hide bold, a dance of shadows with the rising sun. Whispers in the dark, a battle to be won. My eyes wide open, heart starts to pound. In the time of darkness, fear makes a sound. When the sun descends and the shadows creep, whispers in the dark coming from the deep. Whispers in the dark, a challenge and a call. Break through the fear, let us stand tall. Through the darkest nights, we'll face every fear. Whispers in the dark are always near.
Good luck, traders, and wish me good luck for my state test.
My eyes wide open, heart starts to pound. In the time of darkness, fear makes a sound. When the sun descends and the shadows creep, whispers in the dark coming from the deep. Whispers in the dark, a challenge and a call. Break through the fear, let us stand tall. Through the darkest nights, we'll face every fear. Whispers in the dark are always near.
Charting Queen in the house. Buenos dias. Good morning. Shout outs to Orlando. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. All right, traders, good morning. Good morning. Almost 8 a.m. on the West Coast. Almost 8 a.m. on the West Coast. Hope you are having a lovely. Just chilling out here, watching the SPY sell off. Nice pop in the morning. But we're selling off here. 505.23 currently on the SPY. Give you a quick rundown here on the S&P 500. We're down 256.05%. VIX is at 1596. We got Bitcoin at 65,197. A little bit of a pullback, sitting at a pretty interesting level here. Trying to get to 67,000 on the Bitcoin. U.S. oil pullback down 0.7%, down 64 cents. Let's check on Dixie. Dixie up 0.19%, up 19 cents, 20 cents, 105.88. 10-year holding at 4.66, up 1.13% on the 10-year. So trade with caution out there. Total's up 0.84. I'm sorry, 0.9 down, 0.94 down, almost 1% on the total. Yeah, but wherever you might be, wherever you are, happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a lovely trading day. Kind of chilling out today. I've got a lot of admin stuff that I'm working for on my business, so I've just been sitting on the sidelines this week, trying to just provide some music and entertainment. Got the earnings calendar on the main chart here for you guys to take a look at and make some decisions. Obviously, nice pop on Tesla this morning. Seems to be holding for the most part. A little bit of a pullback. Got as high as 167. Now it's at 160.61. So down about $5 from the high. AMD had a pop in the morning, also pulling back. Chips are pulling back as a whole. We've got earnings this afternoon as well. I think we have who we have this afternoon. I think Chipotle is up, if I'm not mistaken. Chipotle is up after the bell. Let me see. Yeah. Oh shit! It's Meta. Meta after the bell. IBM, Ford, Chipotle. Big names today. Post market. Might stream some of that, so see what's going on with that. Or wherever you're at, guys, please subscribe to the show here on Tradecaster. Keep us alive, keep us going. We are streaming every single day, 30 minutes before market open until market close. Yesterday we streamed the Tesla conference call and watched the chart react live. So please show us some love. Show a little subscribe here on the Tradecaster. Also on YouTube, we're dual streaming as well. Also got a donation button. I want to try to keep it going, keep it strong, but yeah, definitely can't do it, all the time. So just trying to make sure that you guys are out there enjoying yourselves and checking out the stream. Subscribe, like, donate, and yeah, we'll keep it going. Thanks so much, guys, for being here. 8:02 on the West Coast. I'll get some news here coming up in about half an hour or so. Read you guys some other stuff, but that is your update for now. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the stream.
Take me higher. Now I'm losing control. Higher. Burning in my soul. Take me higher. Now I'm losing control. searching for the answer to all our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't marry us. One day we can be together. And this moment could last forever. I say that you and I have found a piece of heaven. So I pray we can be together. One day. We found love in separate ways. Heartbreak is a wonderful price to pay. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't marry us. One day we can be together. And this moment could last forever. I say that you and I have found a piece of heaven. So I pray we can be together. One day. One day. got your number. It's hard to tell you no. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Keep it on the low. Keep it on the low. You're my guilty pleasure. I know I'm not on my best behavior, but I stay here anyway. Oh, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. You're the seduction. I finally reached a point. I'm the dysfunction. Just trying to fill a void. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Keep it on the low. Keep it hidden behind a horizon, into the moonlight, into the moonlight. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. In time, in time, in time, in time. Once upon a time, and fate was on the road. We were dreamers, free and fearless. The world beneath us, we take flight. Starlight, star bright, you are the first star I see tonight. Starlight, star bright, shine so high you light up the night. Sun fading, sky gazing, stars are the jewels of the night. Hidden behind a horizon, into the moonlight, into the moonlight. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. In time, we are the dreamers, free and fearless. We are the dreamers, free and fearless. We are the dreamers, free and fearless. The world beneath us, we take flight. Once upon a time, and fate was on the road. We were dreamers, free and fearless. The world beneath us, we take flight.
Gotta work it out somehow. I made too many promises. I won't go back on them, no. Girl, we gotta work it out right now. I swear I'll make you love again. I'll make you love again. Yeah. If this the last thing that I say, I make sure I say it the right way. If this the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through to you. If this the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through. promises. I won't go back on them, no. Girl, we gotta work it out right now. I swear I'll make you love again. I'll make you love again, yeah. If it's the last thing that I say, I make sure I say it the right way. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through to you. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through. Make sure that I get through to you.
I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you.
as the time flies by. So many times I've forgiven you. In my mind, my dreams keep haunting me. I get no sleep. I keep thinking I'm in too deep. The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. I keep thinking that I won't survive, but my body won't let me drown. Still my mind is falling down. they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
I think I'm falling in love. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling I can't ignore. Oh yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. What I'm saying is no lie, no lie, no lie, yeah, no lie. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine. Monochrome is all I've known. Faded black, shades of white and gray. Until you colored my day. I was saying solutions, saturated shades until we washed it all away. And I'm left with black and white. But I wanna see the skies again, the sunlight in your eyes. I wanna feel the way I feel before the compromise. And I want all the undertones instead of being stained with your blood. Instead of seeing shadowed lines, don't have to be colorblind.
Sun fading, sky gazing, stars are the jewels of the night, hidden behind a horizon, into the moonlight, into the moonlight. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. We were chosen, hearts are frozen in time, in time, in time, in time.
promises. I won't go back on them, no. Girl, we gotta work it out right now. I swear I'll make you love again. I'll make you love again, yeah. If it's the last thing that I say, I make sure I say it the right way. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through to you. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through. Make sure that I get through to you. Gotta work it out somehow. I made too many promises. I won't go back on them, no. Girl, we gotta work it out right now. I swear I'll make you love again. I'll make you love again, yeah. If it's the last thing that I say, I make sure I say it the right way. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through to you. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through. Make sure that I get through to you.
I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you.
you come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you.
I know you've been feeling me, baby. Won't you give it up? And we both know that this could be something, but that ain't enough. 'Cause when the leaves start falling down, I need to see you be around. You and me, we both live life at full speed. Easy to see when we collide, no one walks away easy. It hurts so bad, but it doesn't mean letting go. No, 'cause after the storm, you'll see the sun, you'll see the sun.
The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. So many times I've forgiven you in my mind. My dreams keep haunting me. I get no sleep. I keep thinking I'm in too deep. The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. I keep thinking that I won't survive, but my body won't let me drown. Still my mind is falling down. you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real.
All right. What up? 10-11 on the West Coast. 10-11 on the West Coast. Are you red? Are you green? Where you at? What you doing? Tap in if you're joining us from somewhere in the world. Let us know you are here and you are tuning in live on the spread. I'm Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram at Shimano Trader.
In the darkness, the shadows they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams. The night is horrible.
All right, 10-12.
The shadows they follow you.
What's up with you guys? What are you doing? SPY bouncing off the daily low on the range. 503 on the bottom, 508 to the top side. A little bit of a sell-off here, down 0.20% on the SPY. Oh man, one Q too many. One Q too many. All right, Qs are up 0.12% though. Tesla seems to be holding from that pop, but still experiencing a little bit of a drawback. A little bit of a pullback there on Tesla, up 10% of 14.55. AMD was up earlier, but it scaled back now, down 0.35%, down 54 cents. Snap, I think we got some earnings coming up here. Meta on deck for earnings next. Yo, let us know where you're at, where you're coming from, where you're chilling. We're chilling on the spread. We're a live trading show here. No trades this week, guys. We're kind of just chilling on the sidelines. Got some other matters to attend to, but don't forget to subscribe to the show. We got guests and all kind of stuff coming up in the future. Oh, don't forget we still got the lobby going on. AK-47 still on active trader. J Trades, Policing Peeps still in the house. Make sure you stop by and say hello. Yeah. Check 1 2. Yo, welcome to the spread. Wherever you're at, thanks for stopping by. Show some love. Let us know where you're repping from in the chat. Let us know where you're at. Where in the world are you? We've had Charlie Queen check in from Orlando. Shout out to her. Will Tesla hold, guys? 159.08. S&P down 9.76, down 0.19%. VIX is chilling at 16.02. Serious E-Hack? We have nothing else? Bitcoin 64,917, a little pullback there, kind of flirting with the 8 and 21 day moving average. Dixie, good old Dixie, up 0.15%, up 16 cents, chilling at 105.84. Gold up 0.30%, $7.19, 23.28. Oil 82.69, a little bit of a pullback continues. Yo, don't forget to subscribe to the show. Thanks for coming by, chilling with us for a couple seconds here. Give you a quick update, quick rundown. Major indexes are higher following earnings reports across sectors. Strong earnings from TXN have lifted up chip stocks, while Tesla also gained following its Q1 report. Musk lifts sentiment, the entire stock market, by saying a regular car is like riding a horse. Whoa. So right now, guys, we are riding horses, according to Elon Musk. The future is here. Let us know where you're coming in from. Don't forget to say what's up in the chat. Don't be a silent participant. All right, guys, thanks for stopping by here on the spread.
never flows. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat. Your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. No words can change the future of us. The waves, they break, but we got enough. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat. Your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love.
Separated through the miles, searching for the answer to our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't marry us. One day we can be together, and this moment could last forever. I say that you and I have found a piece of heaven, so I pray we can be together one day. We found love in separate ways. Heartbreak is a wonderful price to pay. We came so far through our weakness.
blocked your number. It's hard to tell you no. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Keep it on the low. Keep it on the low. You're my guilty pleasure. I know I'm not on my best behavior, but I stay here anyway. Oh, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. You're the seduction. I finally reached a point. I'm the dysfunction. Just trying to fill a void. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Keep it on the low. Keep it on the low. You're my guilty pleasure. I know I'm not on my best behavior, but I stay here anyway. Oh, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. I know I'm not on my best behavior, but I stay here anyway. Oh, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Yeah.
Monochrome is all I've known. Faded black, shades of white and gray. Until you colored my day. I was seeing illusions of saturated shades until you washed it all away. And
jewels of the night, hidden behind a horizon, into the moonlight, into the moonlight. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. In time, in time, in time, in time. Once upon a time, and fame was on the road. We were dreamers, free and feeling. No one beneath us, we take flight. Starlight, star bright, you are the first star I see tonight. Starlight, star bright, shine so high, you light up the night. Sun fading, sky gazing, stars are the jewels of the night, hidden behind a horizon, into the moonlight, into the moonlight. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. We were chosen, hearts are frozen. In time, we are the dreamers, free and fearless. We are the dreamers, free and fearless. We are the dreamers, free and fearless. The world beneath us, we take light. And fame was on the road. We were dreamers, free and fearless. The world beneath us, we take flight.
promises. I won't go back on it, no. Girl, we gotta work it out right now. I swear I'll make you love again. I'll make you love again, yeah. If it's the last thing that I say, I make sure I say it the right way. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through to you. If it's the last thing that I do, I make sure that I get through. Make sure that I get through to you. I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wanna know who you really are, what you dream about at night. I wanna know who you really are, baby, come into the light. I wanna know you.
falling down. I need to see you be around. You and me, we both live life at full speed. Easy to see when we collide. No one walks away easy. It hurts so bad, but it doesn't mean let's go. No, 'cause after the storm, you'll see the sun, you'll see the sun.
The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. So many times I've forgiven you in my mind. My dreams keep haunting me. I get no sleep. I keep thinking I'm in too deep. The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. I keep thinking that I won't survive, but my body won't let me drown. Still my mind is falling down.
Why you lovers cry when they're apart, and they risk their lives just to spend the day. And I feel your body next to my body. Can we both freeze this moment in time? And I see us wrapped in the moonlight. Put your hands inside of mine. And I used to see you better, love you more than anybody. Never saw beauty in effort, only saw the flaws inside me.
want you, darling. I'll always want you, even if the oceans can't survive. Oh, I want you dead or alive. I'll always want you, baby. I'll always want you, darling. I'll always want you, even if the oceans can't survive. Oh, I want you dead or alive.
All right, traders. 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. on the West Coast. Where you at? What you doing? Who you with? Let us know where you're joining us from. Where in the world are ya? I am Shimano Trader. You're tuned into The Spread. We are a live stock trading show here. No trades this week, just sitting on the sidelines. SPY all the way to the bottom of the daily range, 503.30. Nice bounce from that point. Are breaking pre-market lows, previous day highs, and are on our way to pre-market highs, if you can believe that. All right, traders, trade safe. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Make sure you follow us on Instagram at Shimano Trader. Follow us on YouTube as well. We're dual streaming today. Thanks for being part of the show. Glad you're here. Also, don't forget, we got a lobby full of additional streamers today. Sean still in the house, AK-47 active trader. J Trades, Police and Peeps still in the house. Make sure you stop by and show them some love. It's almost power hour, baby. We got an hour to go. Thanks for tuning in. Trade safe.
Feel me in the darkness. The shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
think I'm falling in love. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling I can't ignore. Oh yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. What I'm saying is no lie, no lie, no lie, yeah, no lie. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine. Being with you is my medicine.
change, my heart overflows. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. No words can change the future of us. The waves, they break, but we are enough. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love.
Separated through the miles, searching for the answer to our trials. We came so far through all.
Yo, check out that bounce right off the 50% retracement on the Fibonacci on that last move up from the bottom of the daily range. Got all the way above the pre-market low, and then it got above the previous day high, and then got rejected hard right down to that 50% retracement, that Fibonacci retracement, holding pocket bounce. Yo, don't forget to subscribe to the show, like us here on Tradecaster and on YouTube.
bound only by frozen memories. It's time. Racing on these broken dreams. take my hand and we'll go away to a different place. Float on air and we'll hide away. I'll be your escape. Look up and feel the shifting winds tossing us around again. Hold tight, you're ready to begin and just levitate. No control over where we go, but we don't care to know. Ignorance is bliss. Your tears are gone, and they drifted back from where they came, and they will not be missed. Look up and feel the shifting winds tossing us around again. Hold tight, you're ready to begin and just levitate.
You check out Spotify. Spotify sold off today, down over 7%, $22. Hit a high of $319 yesterday. Major sell-off today. Interesting. All right, Power Hour is here. All right, traders, what are you doing? What are you trading? What do you got? Bitcoin selling off. Bitcoin's down to 63,869, 63,869. Selling off there. Dixie up 0.15%, 16 cents. Oil with a nice bounce here. Still down 0.60%. We got a little pullback on the S&P, down 10 points, 10.75, down 0.21%. VIX a little bit of a pop on VIX, not too much. AMD 150.81 selling off after the morning pop. Tesla's holding pretty well since reporting earnings. We got a couple of earnings here after the bell. We are in Power Hour. Look at the run on SPY today. Major drop to the bottom of the daily range, and then nice pop. And now it's gone back here. 504.47 is where we're sitting at. 504.47 is where we're at on the SPY, baby. Let's check the Qs. Qs up 0.07%. 425 on the Qs. Qs are holding. Stay tuned for earnings after the bell. We got Meta after the bell. I'm going to watch live reaction possibly. Don't forget to subscribe to the show here on Tradecaster. We're also live on YouTube, dual streaming, baby. Make sure you hit that subscribe, that like and subscribe, baby. Let us know you're joining us. Where you from? Where you at? Where in the world are you? Thanks for spending a little part of your day here on the spread with Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram. Power Hour, guys. Got about less than 55 minutes to trade. Power earnings after the bell. Thanks for kicking it with us today. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Yo, nice pop on the SPY here. Nice pop on the SPY here.
Good luck, traders.
can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. Won't stop charging me, go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
stay for someone that wasn't worth the wait. Counting down the days. I know when I'm moving onward, I just wanna trust in your word, but we're running out of time. We were doing alright, holding on, but I'm losing the fight. Could we run away? I know if we just hit ground, running, closing off all the world in the light coming in, bending before we break. Don't you know you and me, we can run away. You and me, we can run away. Run away, run away. Check. You and me, we can run away. You and me, we can run away. Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't for every run that we had, surround and I know it. But I'll be ready every day. Know everything's alright. Are we gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Gotta pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and fast. Baby, can we pray, pray tonight? Baby, can we pray? Pray for. Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. Boy, you know that you're safe, now you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. Oh, no, 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 no. You're all I want all the time. I'll give back any reason. Go, 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 go. Boy, I was born out of glitters. Don't shine when I miss you, babe. in the night sky shine bright, but I only got my eyes on you, because we got something more to give. We got something more within. Let it out and show the world tonight. Without the moon, there'd be no way. Without the stars, there'd be no space. When I got you by my side, you made me feel like I'm the world, and you're the moon. I can't go on without being with you, inseparable. Feels like the best days in life are over. No light in your sky, your world has been dark. Stripped of your love, you've never been colder. You're losing sight of who you are. But there's still hope waiting on the horizon. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Ghost spark the fire inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Ghost spark the fire. Stripped of your love, you haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. No. Hard to believe that anything's worth it. Ain't selling your soul, you give it away. No way to hide your heart is hurting. Fragile at best, you're ready to break. But there's still hope waiting on the horizon. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Ghost spark the fire inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. But there's still hope waiting on the horizon. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Ghost spark the fire inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Ghost spark the fire. Just waiting inside you. Oh, you haven't lost yourself, lost yourself.
So I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take the pain away. So I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take the pain away.
All right, we're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus Julia Borston on what to expect from Meta when it reports in overtime. Chipotle also out in the next hour, and Kate Rogers is watching that for us. All right, Mike Santoli, we're like loitering now. We're just like waiting around, right? We need to have some activity here.
So we know that some of the most important cells in the market spreadsheet are going to be filled in, and more even after today. Meta, before its last earnings report, which is less than 3 months ago, was a $400 stock. Races to 510. It's pulled back 7% from there. So it's hard to say the bar is really low, but it represents, 2% or so of S&P earnings, much more of that of the growth. So yes, it does matter. I don't think it's all that matters, but I think the market welcomes the opportunity to fixate on the earnings story. Atlanta Fed GDP finished at, final estimate is 2.7% first quarter annualized growth, real growth. We got 2.7% PCE maybe coming on Friday. That's 5.5% nominal growth at an annual rate. Seems like we should make our numbers on earnings, not just for that reason, but for others. So I think that we're comfortable there. Yields are, they're on the radar. You can't kind of get away from the fact that they're near the highs. I don't think it's a huge threat, but you're aware of what's happened before with these yield-driven sell-offs.
Almost speaking to what I feel is, sort of underlying this market a little bit of late, and that's a rotation.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
You're almost opening the door and saying it's okay relative to the growth that you just talked about to go into these other areas.
Right.
And we're not so heavily reliant on the Metas, Microsofts, and Alphabets that we otherwise might have been.
Not so heavily reliant, but also people just feel like they have enough exposure there, even if they don't do anything else. NVIDIA's really acting erratically. I know that's what it does, but it's just kind of bouncing all over the place in this kind of correction mode that it's been in for a little while. But banks up another 0.5% today. To your point, that is, this kind of messy rotation ongoing.
All right, Julia Borston, Meta, and Meta. What should we expect?
Well, Meta shares are up 40% year to date, and revenue at the company is expected to continue to accelerate its growth rate. The top line is projected to jump by 26%. I think that's the number one key number to watch. A 96% growth in earnings per share. Now, all of that growth is expected to come from tailwinds, from Reels, from AI driving results for advertisers, a solid digital ad market, as well as perhaps some early revenue from the messaging business. Now, analysts are very overwhelmingly bullish. 86% have a buy or overweight rating on the stock, 11% have a hold. So we'll have to see if Meta says anything about more benefits to come from AI or how it could benefit from a TikTok ban. Back over to you.
All right, Julia, we'll see you in OT. I mean, Mike, you can't possibly keep up the sales growth pace. The question is, how much do you have to?
Exactly. And as this year goes on, it's going to be interesting because growth is stepping down from monstrously high rates. 70% EPS growth last year for Meta. It's supposed to be 35 this year. 2025 is supposed to be 15% growth. So it's a matter of what you pay for that. I mean, you're less than 25 times next year's earnings. It's not like a super expensive stock if you're talking about reliable mid-teens or at least double-digit growth. But you have to see if they give you a little bit of a window on their clarity on those growth rates.
Yeah, I mean, Chipotle doesn't really, Kate Rogers, need to play second fiddle. I mean, the stock's done quite well. It's, I think, a highly owned name. What do we expect there?
So, Scott, analysts are looking for EPS of $11.68 on revenues of $2.67 billion for the quarter. Same-store sales are expected to increase 5.2%. That metric will really be key for analysts, as well as any commentary around consumer sentiment and pricing power, which Chipotle has really maintained here, even in the face of some pullback from lower-end consumers at some of its competitors. Another thing we're going to be looking out for, traffic growth. Chipotle saw traffic increase by more than 7% last quarter. That bucks an industry trend of falling traffic in this competitive environment. So far this year, you mentioned Chipotle is among the best performers in the restaurant sector. It's up nearly 30%, and CEO Brian Niccol will join us exclusively before the analyst call in overtime, so tune in for much more on the quarter. Back over to you.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Kate Rogers, thank you very much for that. You want to opine on this one, too?
They've done absolutely nothing wrong and really kind of earned the benefit of the doubt in terms of being able to maintain these growth rates. Plus, they're still adding stores. They still add 8-10% to the store base every every year, so they're not fully kind of saturated. But it's 50 times earning. I mean, it really
always
crazy
gets that massive
multiple.
premium.
It's holding it. It's an $80 billion market cap, which is like big for a restaurant company, but not big really for a consumer bellwether. So very interesting to see, especially if they're talking about maybe they push price as far as they can or not.
Overall price action with less than 2 minutes left. I mean, we're at 50.75 on the S&P. Weren't really sure we were going to get back to this level so fast.
No, it was, so you basically did a couple percent up. It may be reasonable to say last week's low, 49.50, thereabouts. Looks like you should assume that's the low end of the range at worst for the moment until proven otherwise. You do have some stuff above. You have to be careful.
But last week's high, I think you said was 50.80.
Last week's high. Yeah,
last week's high.
Low,
yeah.
It's like
no, that's what I mean. 50.80.
So we're looking at last week's high as the next hurdle, and then you start talking about 51.20, 51.50, which is the 50-day, 100-day averages. So that's where oversold bounces are going to peter out if that's all it is. If there's more behind it and you can, kind of get a little back and forth action, I think it's fine. The big thing to me is we didn't fully flush out optimism in this market because earnings are good enough. Everyone said we need a 5% pullback. So you don't always need it, but sometimes you're going to get a better kind of snapback rally if, in fact, people had really liquidated and gotten out and need to buy back in a hurry. Not really the case. I think that's why you kind of settle at a higher low of pessimism or a lower optimism.
If Jamie Dimon had said, the economy looks like garbage and we're in trouble, maybe we'd have a different sentiment. He said it was unbelievable. The reason why...
I don't know. It seems like when Jamie's scared, you want to buy.
But maybe,
you're right. Yes.
Good point. But maybe you can get just a 5% pullback because the backdrop underneath it, the floor is very strong. Foundation is strong.
The underlying trend is strong.
All right, that's Mike Santoli, of course. Meta, minutes away into OT.
Press the pause button. Stocks taking a breather after a strong start to the week as rates creeped higher today. That's the scorecard on Wall Street, but the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan with John Fort.
Yeah, companies with trillions of dollars in combined market cap are gearing up to report earnings in just moments. Those include Meta, IBM, Ford, ServiceNow, and Chipotle.
We will bring you all of the key numbers and an exclusive interview with Chipotle's CEO Brian Niccol before he talks to Wall Street on the earnings call.
As we await all those earnings, let's bring in our market panel. BD8 Capital Partners CIO Barbara Duran and G Squared Private Wealth CIO Victoria Green. Welcome to both of you. Victoria, I believe you own IBM, and I'm sure more. This market has been chopping around a bit. What do we need to hear from earnings for you to have a better sense of your next move?
Yeah, so especially on IBM, it's going to be, can we actually make money on Gen AI? Are we actually going to get either a bump up in consulting revenues because we're helping clients understand how to implement AI? Everybody likes to talk about AI, but if you're a Fortune 500 company, you're really stepping back saying, how do we implement this? How do we implement this to either save money or expand our revenues? So for us, it's not just talk. At some point, talk needs to translate to money. IBM, I think, is very well positioned for that. We also want to see that Gen AI pick up in Meta. We want to see Gen AI all over the place. ServiceNow, like anybody that's been talking about it the last 12 months, I think at some point people are going to get tired of just hearing about the potential future revenues and actually start to see a little bit of a bump in some of these numbers in Q1.
Barbara, when it comes to Meta, that's a big name that a lot of people are looking for. Do you think that there's still enough upside left given the strong move it's had thus far?
It's a good question because it's really short term versus long term. Longer term, I think there's a lot more upside. I mean, they're 95% of their revenues are advertising, and as we expect, there's been a macro improvement there, and they have really killing it in terms of using AI to find the right algorithms. It's been a couple of years getting it refined, and they're really doing well with both basic Facebook and with Instagram, and now they're starting to monetize Messenger. So I think, everybody's tense about this going in. How much is the stock discounting? Because it's run up a lot this year and over the last year. So we'll see. If it trades down, it's probably a buying opportunity because this is not a one quarter thing. They have really got their costs in line and they've really got the advertising engine going.
Victoria, if I just take a step back here, I mean, we eked out a gain on the S&P 500, albeit barely. It was like a 1-point gain here into the close. NASDAQ, a similar story. The Dow did finish slightly lower. I mean, earnings is really propelling this market, and yet we saw that tug of war with yields moving higher on the back of some stronger data, a weaker auction this afternoon as well. What matters more here to this market, since it does seem like a tug of war?
It is, and I think we can have big names are reporting. We have like 70% of S&P market cap over the next 2 weeks. If we see earnings come in, I think the focus is going to again shift back to fundamentals, company growth, revenue growth, and if earnings growth is there, we could continue to see this market run. Absolutely, you're going to see that push-pull. We've got PCE Friday, that's usually market moving. We've got Fed decision next Wednesday. You know, typically we'll see what Powell has to say. You know, he took that really nice dovish pivot there in December, had that nice run up in Q1. If he pulls back more hawkish, that could put more headwinds on these companies. The other thing we're watching that's not really being talked about, the dollar. The dollar may be a headwind, and companies I really love, like IBM, I'm wondering if they're going to address the fact that they potentially have U.S. dollar headwind. You know, we saw that for any multinational, Pepsi, Johnson & Johnson, you know, Procter & Gamble, all of these guys that get 40-50% of their revenues overseas, U.S. dollar strength has been a surprise because we've seen this hawkish pivot. So that trickle-down effect isn't just about higher for longer. It's driving the dollar higher, and that may be a headwind that was less anticipated when we started looking at where earnings growth could go.
Yeah, it's a good point. Barbara, I also want to get your thoughts on consumer, because we're going to get Chipotle after the bell. We know this has been a sticky name in terms of the consumer base. People have been willing
Meta
to
dumping
absorb
here,
those price
4061,
increases for this name
71.
specifically.
Meta dumping, reporting earnings here.
The restaurant sector more
Got a bit of a dump. Stay tuned for the earnings call. We'll be playing the
starting
earnings
to
call
show
too.
some signs
Don't forget to
of
subscribe and
fatigue
like our
as we
channel
have
here.
seen food inflation staying relatively high and elevated here. You take that, you compare it to travel, what we saw with Hilton, with that stock moving higher today, what we saw with Visa, with cross-border transactions as well, and the strength that continues there. How does it speak to how the consumer is allocating dollars, and how much do we read through from Chipotle results to that?
Well, you know, it's very interesting because you mentioned Hilton. Of course, we know how the airlines have been doing. There's a lot of positive spending still going on in the leisure and hospitality, but we certainly heard in other retail reports over the last quarter or two that really seems to be impacting the lower income consumer. You're seeing people not buying as much in the big ticket items. You know, they are really trading down as much as they can. And as you mentioned, Chipotle is a unique situation. I mean, they have a very loyal, affluent, younger
All right,
customer base who tries to
471
eat
per
very
share
healthfully.
beats on
And given the
433
great
estimates. So
value
blows that away.
and
Sales
high-quality food and
36.45
emphasis they
billion
put on
beat
that, and
over
also continue to
36.15
improve the
estimate.
customer
Why is the stock
experience.
dumping?
I think Chipotle probably can continue for a while because it's just their execution and their value in their brand.
I want to mention Meta results are out. We are going through them. Victoria, Meta and ServiceNow. These are two names, software side, AI plays. What on ServiceNow, because we talked about Meta a bit. I'm really curious. Let's get those Meta results. Julia Boston has them. Julia.
That's right. Meta beating expectations on both the top and bottom lines. Revenue coming in at $36.46 billion, ahead of expectations of $36.16 billion. Earnings of $4.71 a share, ahead of estimates of $4.32 a share. But we see the stock trading lower now, and that appears to be on the company's revenue guidance for the second quarter. It's $36.5 billion to $39 billion. That revenue guidance with a midpoint of $37.75 billion is slightly below expectations of $38.29 billion. Also, another factor weighing on the stock, now down 10% in after-hour trading, the company's total expense range. Meta is raising the bottom end of its total expense range for the year to now $96 to $99 billion. The bottom end of the range was previously $94 billion. The company also increasing its CapEx outlook for the year. The range was $30 to $37 billion. Now they're increasing that range to between $35 billion and $40 billion. Just a couple other key things here as we see the stock is trading down on those higher expenses. The company's operating margin of 38% does appear to be above analyst estimates. Daily active people, that's the people using at least one of Meta's apps daily, that did increase 7% year over year. And then Reality Labs, the losses in that division, $3.8 billion, that's less than the losses of $3.9 billion in the year ago quarter, and also less than the losses of $4.3 billion that was expected. But it does seem like those higher expenses are weighing on the stock right now. Back over to you.
Higher expenses, Victoria, and weaker revenue, at least at the midpoint. Has Mark Zuckerberg at this point earned the right to spend this much money as long as it's not on the metaverse?
Yeah, Reality Labs, I think that black hole, we're getting a little tired. We'd like to see a little less burn in there. And the CapEx is a little bit concerning. They've done such a great job the year of efficiency. So this, I think, is a bit of a normalization from we saw some really great cost cutting, the job reductions, slimming down, right sizing it per se. But now they're seeing the reality of it. And if they want to continue to expand, so if they want to expand Threads and other areas, they have to staff up again or potentially have higher operating costs and higher CapEx. I think that was certainly disappointing. We were hoping for a little bit higher ad revenue spend, even though daily active users have continued to grow. I think generally speaking, this is the question of could this toward pace continue? And obviously you're seeing a little concern that we're seeing normalization.
Yeah. We got Ford earnings out. Phil LeBeau has those numbers. Hi, Phil.
Morgan, shares of Ford moving higher after the company beat the street in terms of a profit for the first quarter, earning 49 cents a share. The street was expecting 42 cents a share. Slight miss when it comes to revenue, coming in at $39.89 billion. The street was expecting just over $40 billion in terms of revenue. Then the numbers within the numbers. EBIT margin 6.5% in the first quarter compared to 8.1% last year, and the free cash flow, negative $479 million in the first quarter compared to free cash flow growing by $700 million in the first quarter of 2023. Now, for the numbers of each of the divisions. The ICE division, which they call the Ford Blue division, a profit of $905 million. That's not as much as many people might expect, but keep in mind the F-150 launch has been delayed. That number is expected to pick up the rest of this year. Commercial vehicles, this is where Ford is killing it right now. $3 billion profit. And then when you look at electric vehicles, they continue to lose money there. Ford's EV business, a loss of $1.3 billion in the first quarter. It now expects for the full year, same guidance as they've had before, a loss of between $5 and $5.5 billion. But one of the reasons the shares are moving higher, three notes in terms of guidance. First of all, they expect the full year earnings to come near the top end of the guidance of between $10 and $12 billion. They are raising their full cash flow or free cash flow guide for the full year to a range of $6.5 to $7.5 billion. Previously was $6 to $7 billion, and they're narrowing their expectation in terms of capex for this year to a range of $8 to $9 billion. Previously, capex was expected to be $8.5 billion to $9.5 billion. So Ford shares moving higher as the company beats the street, and there you saw the guidance as well towards the high end for the full year. That is the expectation. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Phil LeBeau, thank you. And meantime, IBM results are out as well. That stock moving lower, but off the initial lows. It was down as much as 5+%. Now it's down about 2.5%. Here are the results. EPS came in a beat, $1.68 versus $1.60 expected. Revenues, though, were light, $14.46 billion versus $14.54 expected. Also, IBM announcing that it is buying HashiCorp for $35 a share. I did have a chance to speak with IBM CEO Arvind Krishna about these results and about the acquisition. So let me run through that right now. First of all, they reaffirmed their full year constant currency revenue growth. So Victoria, the currency is an issue here as a revenue headwind. Also, their roughly $12 billion in free cash flow guide. Here's what Arvind said to me. He said, we've printed $1.9 billion in the quarter. That's free cash flow, which is $600 million better year to year. That's also very important because that gives us confidence toward the $12 billion. And the factoid on that then is trailing 12 months of free cash flow is 11.8 with this print in the first quarter. I asked him about revenue and particularly the lightness there. He said software performed at or above the model, infrastructure well above the model, consulting was light. He said, I would put that down to when you have higher rates, people get a bit more careful about discretionary spending. We are still doing better than our peers. We still did a couple of points in consulting, maybe more, but at least 2 points better than our peers. Now on HashiCorp. How does this fit in to IBM? I'll have a little bit more on this later when we talk to Amit Daryanani, the analyst. But Arvind telling me anything of this size has got to be accretive within the second year for us. And so this meets all those criteria. So we're going to maintain that discipline from both a strategy and a financial lens. And Victoria, since we were just talking about this, HashiCorp, for those who remember, it's kind of a multi-cloud play. It's getting all of that data ready to feed into AI and also managing resources across cloud, on-prem, those hybrid strategies.
Yeah, and that fits really well with Red Hat. It's a good acquisition, and I think the shares are moving lower more as a response to the acquisition, which is a very normal, you get a pop in the acquiree, you get a fall in the acquirer. But I think it's a great acquisition, and that's how they've been turning this company around. Red Hat, I think it was 2018, 2019 when they bought that. This is a great add-on. It should be a faster growing line. As consulting has had some headwinds, this is where they're buying growth. They're buying faster growth. They are a mature company. They've been pivoting this way for a while. I think this continues to move the pivot towards the hybrid cloud and the consulting in that area that could tie in then with how companies are using Gen AI. So I like it for them. Not a surprise to see them move lower because this is pretty typical for a merger and acquisition.
Okay, just taking a look at that chart. Meta now down 9%. We've got Chipotle earnings out as well. Kate Rogers has those numbers for us. Hi, Kate.
Hey there, Morgan. Strong quarter here for Chipotle. Beat on the top and bottom lines for the first quarter. EPS $13.37. That is higher than the $11.68 adjusted, also above every analyst estimate for the quarter. Revenues also better than expected, $2.70 billion versus the $2.68 billion anticipated. Same store sales, a beat at 7%, well above the 5.2% analyst estimates. Restaurant margins also better than expected at 27.5%. That's up 2 percentage points year on year. Chipotle saying its braised beef barbacoa and chicken al pastor offerings helped to drive strong sales and transactions in the quarter. Speaking of transactions, also up 5.4%, while average checks grew in the quarter 1.6%. Now, in terms of guidance, a raise in full-year same-store sales guidance now going to be in a range of mid to high single digits. That's up from the mid-single-digit previous guidance that the company gave. You can see the stock is higher by around 3% right now, and CEO Brian Niccol is coming up soon with much more on the quarter, guys. Back over to you.
Looking forward to that, Kate. Meantime, ServiceNow earnings are also out. That stock is moving lower by about 6% right now in overtime. Beats on the top and bottom, though. Revenue came in at $2.603 billion versus $2.585 expected. Earnings per share at $3.41 versus $3.14 expected. I did have a chance to catch up with ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott ahead of these numbers. Here's some of what he said. Now, on big deals, he said 7 of our top 10 deals this quarter were Gen AI, and our Now Assist AI product and platform has become the fastest selling product in the history of ServiceNow. Our deals that are greater than $5 million are up 100% year over year. Our deals greater than $10 million are 300% year over year. Now, on the Q2 guide, if you look at these numbers, analysts were expecting on subscription around 2.525 to 2.53 billion is what they were expecting. They're coming in just a hair shy of that at 2.5275 in what ServiceNow is guiding to. Bill McDermott tells me we had 17 million in FX working against us, so we actually raised the guide by 20 to make sure that we were showing the street that we can actually outrun any FX headwind. Victoria, we're just talking about those FX headwinds. Now, I asked Bill McDermott about M&A. You see IBM doing some. What is ServiceNow doing or not? Now, he says, everything I have in the guide is organic. We have no big deals on the horizon, not one. I would tell you if we did. I'm telling you we don't. That's not to say we never could. It's just to say there's nothing around that in the guide, and there are no plans at this time to do so. Also, I asked him about this interest rate environment and its impact on companies. You heard about that from IBM. We were hearing about that yesterday from Cleveland Cliffs and others. McDermott says when it comes to AI, what happens on the hardware, the margins, as you know, and this is talking about customers and their responses to higher for longer, what it does to AI software demand. Talking about one particular customer, he says, what happens on the hardware, the margins, as you know, are quite thin, but what happens on the service to the hardware is where the margin is waiting for them. The customer is willing to pay 50% more for that same-day service maintenance agreement. Before you had Gen AI and a platform like ServiceNow, there would have been complete chaos in making that promise at the point of sale and keeping it. He's saying customers are continuing to spend on AI because that's where they can get additional margin in this higher rate environment, and AI is helping them to serve those customers better. See?
All right. Shares down about 5%. Barb, you own ServiceNow. Your thoughts on this and some of the other results we've just gotten a wave of?
Yeah, well, I think the results are all, I think, very idiosyncratic and germane to the stocks in question. I think ServiceNow is a great long-term story. I mean, they are really upping their game in terms of getting much larger customers in there, which means a lot of cross-selling opportunities in the future. And it's a really big market that is still it's still in its early stages. And they are the leading vendor in this space, which is really automating workflow on a cloud-based platform. So I think the stock, we'll have to read a little bit more in the details here, but probably in here it's going to be a buying opportunity. But this is another stock that's been up a lot. It's not cheap, and so I think any of these earnings, unless they really blow them away like Nvidia has done the last couple of times, they're bound to be sold off. So I would just wait a little bit here. And I think IBM was pretty much priced to perfection in terms of peak valuation, and consulting was a question going into it. And indeed, it was soft because you saw a month ago Accenture also missed there. But I think that long run, they still have some Gen AI opportunities, which is just emerging for them. So all of these, and Chipotle is killing it. I mean, that is a stock to own for long term.
All right, Barbara Duran and Victoria Green, thanks for joining us to kick off a busy hour. Well, you just heard it. Chipotle shares in the green, up about 4% right now after beating estimates on both lines and raising same-store sales guidance for the full year. Joining us now in an exclusive interview is Chipotle CEO Brian Niccol and our own Kate Rogers. Kate.
Morgan, thanks so much. And Brian, thanks for joining us. Great to see you.
Yeah, great to be with you guys.
So I'd love to start out with the consumer pulse right now at the moment. We saw traffic grew for Chipotle again. I'm wondering if you're seeing any pullback given grocery prices are still much lower than the prices we're seeing at limited service or QSR.
Yeah, we are not seeing that in our customer base. Fortunately for us, we're seeing transaction gains in every income cohort, whether it's sub 50,000 to north of 150,000. So we continue to see a lot of strength in our business with every income cohort and every customer that's coming into Chipotle. Now, that's not to say in some of our research, we don't hear customers talking about concerns as it relates to inflation and also, some of the higher prices that they're dealing with in their daily lives. But fortunately, the value proposition that we're providing at Chipotle seems to really be cutting through and resonating with our customers. So we're happy to serve everybody that shows up to get in line to grab a burrito.
And Brian, you just mentioned inflation. What is the outlook on pricing right now for Chipotle? You took price back in October. I'm wondering if you're planning any additional increases more broadly and then more targeted in places like California, where we are seeing wages increasing and that labor cost going up.
Yeah, we did just take some price in California. As you mentioned, wages moved dramatically in the state. So we had to take some price there. But after that, we really currently do not have any plans for taking any pricing action. Obviously, we're going to keep a close eye on what happens with wage inflation and other input costs. But our hope is we can continue to have great growth. And if we have, more mild inflation that we're dealing with, then hopefully we can navigate it without a price increase here in the near term.
Again, it's great to have you back on the show. I want to stick with that for a second, because with those wage increases in California and with a labor market that continues to be pretty strong here, you've been adopting and implementing automation and AI robots in some of your stores. Does this propel you to move more quickly with some of those capabilities?
Obviously, we're going to continue to invest and experiment in those areas. But the biggest lever for us is ensuring that we run the business correctly with the people that we have. And, this really, I've talked about this quite a bit. We've been very focused on throughput in our restaurants. And I'm happy to say our teams have delivered in a big way. They're staffed better than they ever have been. We have more stability than we ever have. And with that comes great practice. And then our teams are able to provide a great experience. So obviously, we'll continue to invest and learn about things like avocado, where we cut core and peel avocados through robotics, or Hyphen, where we use some robotics to help us build bowls for our digital orders faster. And we're also using technology like around AI to help us with forecasting and scheduling labor. But look, nothing beats the fact that we've got 120,000 employees that right now are, I think, dialed in, focused on giving a great customer experience with great culinary. And, you're seeing the results in our transactions and you're seeing the results in our comp margins.
And Brian, hi, great to have you. What about the upsell at checkout? How much does technology have potential to help that and continue to give you an advantage on the cost versus the upside you can find?
Yeah, look, that's something that we are always working on. You know, I've mentioned this before. We have a rewards program. We have about 40 million people in this rewards program. And now about 40% of our business is done digitally. So it presents the opportunity for us to be really smart about what we offer up in the suggestive sell. You know, if we see that historically you usually, get chips and guac with your order and it's missing from your order, it makes a lot of sense for us to serve up chips and guac in that suggestive sell. And not surprisingly, we see a better uptake in those scenarios. So we're trying to be smart about using our data to give people a better experience when they're checking out and get them access to the things they want as fast as possible.
And Brian, there's a lot of focus on your U.S. growth, but Chipotle did open its first Middle East restaurant this week with the Al Shaya Group. I'm wondering if you can say a bit more about how international growth will factor into the company's continued trajectory here in the future.
Yeah, look, I'm really excited about this partnership with the Al Shaya Group. Tremendous partner. We did open our first restaurant just this past week, and it's really exciting to see that we were able to deliver exactly the same culinary experience that we get here in the States over in the Middle East with the Al Shaya Group, specifically in Kuwait. And the response has been tremendous. A lot of the feedback early on is, wow, this tastes just like Chipotle that I've experienced. And for other people that have never had the opportunity to experience Chipotle, they seem to be really enjoying it. So we love seeing the lines. We're really proud of the partnership. The Al Shaya team's done a fabulous job of handling all the demand, and we're off to a great start. And then internationally, we think there is an opportunity for Chipotle to go much broader than where we are in the U.S. and Canada. Look, over and over again, I hear people say, I love the idea of real ingredients, grown, cooked, and use culinary techniques that provide delicious food fast. And when you end up with clean food, really fast, with affordable pricing, that seems to resonate everywhere I go around the world. So we're optimistic about the growth we have in the U.S., doubling the business from 3,500 to 7,000 restaurants. And we're really optimistic about what we can do outside the United States down the road. So we're positioned in a really good spot right now.
All right, Brian Nichols, CEO of Chipotle, thanks for joining us before the call with Wall Street, and our own Kate Rogers for bringing us this interview. Shares of Chipotle are up more than 3% right now. What's lower, though, is Meta. Those shares are down about 12%, really tumbling here in overtime. Let's bring in CNBC's senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, at the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, I got to start there. I mean, I realize this is a stock that had moved up 40% since the start of the year, had a big move last year as well. Nonetheless, valuation, a number of analysts pointing out the fact that valuation was pretty reasonable here.
Yeah.
But the bar was high. The bar was high, and certain metrics were not met. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the bar was high. I think for the past quarter, the bar was more or less met, maybe not the whisper, but really it's the added investment. This is no longer year of efficiency messaging about the guidance. It is we have to accelerate investments into infrastructure. Now, on the call, they could be very detailed perhaps in terms of what the payback, in terms of AI development they might get off of those accelerated infrastructure investments, but it's a few $billion that the street wasn't counting on going in that direction, and therefore probably near-term earnings estimates will come down. This move on the reflex here on the number, it kind of makes a little bit of a mess of the Meta chart, because after last earnings report, that was on February 1st after the close, the stock went from $395 to $475. It's never traded really between there since then, or at least in the 450s. So now you're below that. You're in this sort of no man's land, and it's going to have to kind of find its level in there after that huge run that we did have, not just in the last year or so, but even in the last 3 months.
Mike, I also wonder what you think about the growth picture right now. We've got IBM buying HashiCorp. This is a company that had focused on, that balanced growth, not growth at all costs, just on the top line. And in a way that made them a good fit for an acquirer like IBM. At the same time, we got Rubrik, which we expect to come to market pretty soon now. Is it clear exactly what the market is valuing?
It's getting a little bit more clear, I suppose. I mean, it is really good to have a actual strategic buyer in there setting a price that they're willing to pay, that they think they can make work profitably within their business, and that you can benchmark that across the sector for the the stocks that are going to continue to trade. I think that makes sense. There's always going to be a little knee-jerk hesitation when an IBM makes a big acquisition, just because buying growth is not always necessarily done at the right price. And this is a company a lot of folks have wanted to be a little more of a cash cow, at least in past years. So I think there's be a little static in the message there, but it does usefully, I think, present a little bit of an actual real-world value on those businesses.
All right. Mike Santoli, thank you. See you again in just a bit. Lam Research earnings also out. Christina Parks-Nevelis has those numbers. Christina?
Yeah, it's a beat on the top and bottom line. EPS quite strong for the quarter Q3, $7.78, stronger than what the street was anticipating on revenues of $3.79 billion. The guidance, too, also pretty strong for the EPS, so $7.50, give or take 75 cents there. You just need to know that it was a beat. What was interesting is if you go back to the March quarter of last year, China encompassed roughly 20% of total revenues. Then December of last year was 40%. Now it's 42%. So China, clearly a strong customer for this company. Memory market also helping it, but yet you can see shares down about 1.5% right now, even though they did post a beat for Q3.
All right. Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, we've been talking about Meta. That post-market pullback is hitting some other tech companies as well, including Alphabet, Snap, and Reddit. You can see them down 2, 4, about 2%. Up next, we're going to talk to an analyst who recently raised his price target on Meta and called the stock his top pick heading into earnings. Plus, Julia Boorstin just spoke to Meta's CFO, and we'll bring you those headlines next.